Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio sounds good to me. So let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Discourager of Hesitancy. We are going to make a game with no game engine. So strap in and get your favorite beverage ready, and we'll dive right in. As per usual, I'm just going to stream of consciousness talk while I code, unless somebody has a question or a comment. And we'll just press on and see how far we get. So, yesterday, we got replays out of our game, and it seems to actually be in pretty good shape. So, part number 2, we need to load the replay and then start playback. So that's the plan today. Playback is one of the things that in some ways shouldn't be hard, but in other ways is not hard, but I'm gonna have to make decisions and think things through because there are a million and one features we could implement. So I'm not sure how I want to do it. We could skew time so you can watch somebody's playback at double speed. Yeah, exactly. We can change the playback time. We could jump to chapters like word 1, word 2. We could do chapters. We could do rewind. There's all sorts of things we could do. Nice. Well, thanks for keeping my tab open. It drives up my viewership numbers. I still have not reached the number I need to get affiliate. Not that yeah, so close. So good timing, good timing. How you doing, Pat? Comfortable with this weather? Yeah, 3 viewers per stream for 30 days. I'm averaging 2.72 or something. So close, but I need that other quarter person to show up. I think part of my problem, I think I have multiple problems. One of my problems is I think I just stream too long. Like, who has time to sit down and watch a 6-hour stream? So it's people in and out. And then I don't know if I have a time zone problem. It looks like most of my viewers are. I got what? Sweden, you. I got somebody out of Canada. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a bad time of day kind of thing. 73 no humidity. That's nice. The humidity is what kills. And 73 is perfectly reasonable. Too early for the West Coast. Yeah. There was a time, let's see, I don't know, a couple of years ago, I tried for a couple of months just to do like a night stream, like just a couple hours at night. But I think one, my stuff is too niche. Doesn't really draw the big crowds. And 2, then I was missing out on all the all the East Coasters. By the time I started streaming, they were all going to bed. So no Europe, no East Coast for me. We'll see. I have to figure it takes time. I haven't even done this for 3 months this time around, so not too bad. You stay up late, so it wouldn't matter for me. Nice. Yeah, I tend to be a bit of a night owl myself if I can. Obviously, when you have a day job, you work when everybody else tells you to. But if I have my choice, it's up late. So just thinking about my jobs here. Menu button to replay last. I started a rework of that interpreter, made the AI rewrite it, and I'm guiding it heavily. Yeah, I figured the first time you had it right, it probably did all sorts of things, and you've learned what kinds of instructions to give it. Write tests as you implement. Yes. Especially if it's machine generated, you need the tests. Absolutely, because you can't trust it because you can't ask it a question. So the only verification you have of anything is a test. So that makes sense. Well, it was trained on GitHub. So I guess most GitHub projects don't automatically generate a lot of tests. Maybe. Or this is just the AI way of doing things. I mean, it doesn't think. So you hit a junior dev, and they don't know about building tests. So until you beat it into them, but that's human. So create your own. Yeah, no slacking off. Why would we let AI not write its own tests? Shameful. AI. Now this is a C-like language, yes, if I remember right. Yeah. G-test is, I would argue, probably the wrong tool for most projects. Okay. Okay. So I think that's my road plan for the first part of the day. We'll start with hard coding. I think the main issue is going to be scene manager. Load scene. Funny, the Super Mario World PC port implemented a replay function that replays in turbo mode. Nice. Didn't go through the code to see how it was implemented. A fairly standard implementation is going to be something like we measure system time, then we measure our delta t, just scale the delta t. So when you do your calculation per frame, it's delta t is higher. But I do not know for sure. Okay. Right now, I don't have a way to say, here are arguments to the next scene you load. So I'm not sure the best way to do this. I need a way to pass the name of the file to game scene. And game scene makes a number of choices basically during startup. In here and in do layout. So by this point, so how am I going to get that data in to the game scene? Pass it in the constructor. Scene manager doesn't really have a way to do that. We have changed scene indices. Let's hack something in. Let's see how we feel about it. Static const char star m underscore replay file name. It snow game scene. We will pass it in the constructor. Let's char star replay file name equals null by default. Oh, you checked out the game I based it off of? Nice, nice. Mine is way better. Yeah, I hope so, but I'm also trying to be like fair to the old game, right? This guy did it all by himself in pretty short order, and this was back in the day, right? His probably was doing a lot more like screen blitting than OpenGL type things. But I'm trying to make some improvements where I can think of them. So an homage to the games I liked when I was a kid, for now. But thanks for the encouragement. So if it's null, we're gonna do certain things. Otherwise, we will do something else. Oh, Travest, welcome. Good afternoon. How are things your way? Okay, so that shouldn't break anything. Off, record, playback. That's basically it. Um, okay. Oh, you want to create the game Snowcraft? Yes. Yes, that was a fun one. Oh, you hit the late summer heat wave in Sweden. 20 to 30 C for the rest of the week. Ouch. I just got some nice cool weather, but I'm going to be in 90 degrees by Saturday. Let's see here. 90F2C is, yeah, 32. I should be seeing 32C about Saturday. Too late in the year for this. We should be getting more cool fall weather here. Um, replay and knit. I actually want to do that here. Replay mode. It's playback. Otherwise, it's record mode. Yep. Gonna be 50 degrees tonight. 10C. Yeah, 50 is not that bad. 50 is pretty good. That's livable. Yeah, a little early in the year for 50, but I figured about freezing temperatures is about when I start putting on sweaters. Yeah, blame it on the climate change. It's all climate change's fault. Although I always thought that was kind of redundant. Climate just changes over time. When I was a kid, it was all about the hole in the ozone layer. Then it was global warming, which they've since changed to climate change. Can't keep track of it. Before that, it was nuclear winter. We're all afraid of the next ice age. Hard to keep track of it all. Oh, why did I put a pointer in there? Good heavens. Okay. What is this error? Scene manager. Okay, scene manager. I know what's going on here. Now, if we do this and we do that, that seems fair. Beginning next week, we are going to start having standard autumn temperatures in 10 to 15 C. I like the autumn of the fall. It's very nice. The color changing leaves and cooler weather sweaters. I like it. So in theory, loading scene 1, replay file name null. Oh. Swap these around. The idea is there. Okay. Replay file name none. Very good. Now, I want to, let's see, we need to go to main menu, I guess. What we need is a button near the play button. Or somewhere. It doesn't really matter. Let's just replay last. Which comes after golf. Or replay last. Okay, so we'll put it near golf. Oh, let's see here. My buddy messages me and says, "You told me to use recursive submodules when pulling reposts if things break. That's not a command." I was like, "You're right. That's not what I told you to type." I should have written it out, typed it in Discord. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Verbal is always harder than text when you're communicating code options. It's just not designed for human speech. So, at least in theory, it shouldn't have broken anything. Should have just said, "I don't understand that parameter." And then you should have been able to Google it. But what do you do? Think. So just get a function for it. Void load replay. Let's be consistent. Load last. Not recursive, it's recurse. He's like, "I was close." Nope, not even close. Yeah, I've done that before. Somebody will tell me verbally in like a meeting, like, "Oh, hey, try this option." I'm like, "Okay." Then I go type it in and it doesn't do anything. I'm like, "Oh, darn it." But then I Google it and I find the right one. That's what Google is for. Okay. Underscore button replay last got set callback. Replay last. Load last replay. I can tell that's gonna get old for me. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. We can set a tooltip on it. Why not? Okay. All right. Think time for a quick restroom break. we'll get back into this. This is all just plumbing things together, making sure the right information ends up in the right places. So, nothing too crazy. Just a moment. Let's replay. I need to figure out where to shove this thing. That does not matter. Okay. Where to put my button? I guess right next to play. Hmm. It's plus big button. Wow. Button width. Oh yeah, it's that line right there. Okay. Let's say big space. I think that's about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, underscore. Button replay last. Dot. Set text size. Okay. So theory, that should show up. Oops. And we should be good to check the button. Then I will hard code something. Just to get started. Let's see. Find that file. Let's see. Users. App data roaming. This. Grab this path here. And I think I want this file. Thinking rec might not be the best. We might go back to WSPB. Yeah, let's do that. Word sleuth playback or replay. What did I call that? WSRP replay. WSRP. Okay. Oh, maybe using word sleuth playback. Okay, so the button should be in. Shouldn't do anything yet. Okay, button is connected. Seems good. Okay, now the part where we go to the scene manager. I need a way to tell it. Static void set. Replay file name. Yes. Okay. So in after load scene. During cleanup. Shall delete that. Set it to null. That pop in here as well. Int land equals sterling file name underscore replay file name. It's a new character array of len plus 1. String copy into this thing, that thing. And I guess that's it. Not quite. There we go. The game scene constructor will complete, then we can delete the button. Which means in main menu, scene manager, set replay file name. Yes, scene manager load scene. That's the one I need. Okay, so in theory, okay, scene manager. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So when we hit play, replay file name none. When we hit replay, replay file name is still none. I don't like that. Well, shoot. Well, shoot. Let's change the way we do this just a tiny bit. Store this. Let's do this. Load replay. No, I think we do need that. There's never a time. We don't just do this. Hmm. Do we ever play games that already exist? Not much of a gamer, as much as I used to be personally, but I still play the occasional Counter Strike, Diablo 2, Super Mario World. Those are your go-to games. Yeah, I play games on occasion. I would say, well, let's see here. Well, I guess I'm logged in on my other account. Slay the Spire is a very good deck builder roguelike. These days I tend to play games that are more turn-based that I can stop and walk away from and come back to. Um, just because I have so many kids, I can't really like dedicate time to playing a real time-intensive game. Diablo 2, it's been a while. I did play that one. Never really played Counter Strike, but I do like a good platformer. Ori and the Blind Forest is an excellent platformer. I bought the second one and started that one, Ori and the Will o' the Wisps. Pretty solid. I haven't finished it. I should. Um, the Wolf game. Yeah, yeah. Wolf, Wolf. Wait, what? Which one was Wolf? Wolf. There was an owl in Ori and the Blind Forest. Um, I've got Hollow Knight. I really do want to play that one. It's supposed to be one of the best platformers out there. I think it's an owl. But yeah, either way, it's scary as heck. They actually did a really good job. Like, atmosphere wise, the music was excellent. It's a really solid game. I liked it. I really like the way that Bash skill felt. Gives you that little second to aim, and then you can. It's very multi-purpose. I liked it. Good game. Let's see. Other games I played. I've got a bunch. I just Slay the Spire is kind of my go-to right now. Just I can play it, walk away, play a floor. I don't have to. It's very. It does not have to be time bound. Yeah, Diablo 2 was rock solid. That was an excellent game. I played that one. I tried Path of Exiles as an alternative a few years ago. That was pretty good. I played Grim Dawn when I guess last year, part of this year. Grim Dawn's pretty good as well. If you, yeah. So what's up with POE? POE had pretty crunchy systems. Their skill tree was huge, but I don't know. Yeah, Grim Dawn was cool. I used to like playing the StarCraft, World of Warcraft 2 campaigns. Those were good. I was never really good enough. Well, multiple problems. I wasn't really good enough to play competitively with anybody interesting, and my internet has always sucked until like the last few years. So like, if you're on 200 ping and the other guy's at 50 ping, you just you're just too slow. You can't follow. I tried League of Legends. Again, too high ping, too many packet drops. I just couldn't keep up. Meant that I couldn't really get the mechanics worked out. So yeah, I'm based on turn-based games, not time-pressured games. Um, I've got a bunch I need to play through, but Dota. Yeah, I never played Dota. I did League of Legends. I tried Heroes of the Storm, but actually that was not that interesting. It wasn't a fun game for me. League of Legends could have been, but yeah, I'm too old now. My internet was crap when I was younger, and I think HOTS was so boring. Oh my gosh. Yeah, StarCraft 2 campaign is still excellent. Heroes wasn't for me either. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I just don't play as much as I used to. I started playing The Witness on stream actually. I played like a couple hours, then I just started a new save on a Monday when I was feeling sick. So that's on YouTube somewhere. Um, yeah, on sick days I might stream something just because I don't want to waste my time doing bad code. But I've been feeling pretty good lately, so no game streams yet, except for that one. The Witness. It's I actually started writing down like all the rules I could deduce. Yeah, it was a pretty quiet stream though. Wasn't many people on, so. But yeah, with puzzle games, maybe you guys could tell me all the secrets. Although with Witness, you're supposed to work them out yourself. Like it's supposed to be this epiphany moment or something. So I started writing down all the rules I could deduce on paper. I got a fair amount in, I guess. But that save is still sitting there waiting for me to come back to it. I have YouTube videos of people analyzing it, but every time they say, "Oh, now the rest of this is spoilers," I'm like, "Oh, I'm out. I'm out. I need to figure it out myself." So, yeah, puzzle games are good. I think my first real game. So we're gonna do this one. We're gonna wrap this one up. Probably the next couple of months. We'll see how long the business side and the cleanup phase goes. For the next couple months, finish this one up. Do one more old Macintosh game, just to refine my systems and build something else. But I think my first real game might be a puzzle platformer based on color. I think that's where I'm headed. I think it could be a fun one. But that would be strictly my own idea. That one's all new, all mine. Just so many ideas. Like I have text documents full of computer game ideas, tabletop game ideas, all sorts of stuff. Notes upon notes. Gotta make some of these real. Until you make it real, it's just an idea in your head. Doesn't count. Ideas are cheap. Dime a dozen. Now that should, in theory, load up this game scene. Game scene should have replay file name, which is not null, in theory. So I should not get none. That's why we're getting none, I'm not sure. So let's just replay. Replay file name none. Loading scene. Button replay set callback. All right, let's get more logging. Main menu scene dot load last replay, which will call into scene manager. Load replay. And scene manager creates a copy. Then we set our scene index. And update. If the scene indices don't match, we clean up our old one. Oh. Okay, so we can't do cleanup. Nope. In cleanup. we cannot delete this. We do need to. The only time it's ever set by load replay. So that should work better. So yeah, I've got ideas. What I need really is like a half dozen employees. I need a couple of good artists. I would need a writer or two or three devs. Probably means I need actually more like 4 or 6 artists. I think art pipelines are a big replay filing. Good. Okay. So that's all plumbed in. What that means is I either need to make a lot of money off this game. Well, one, to pay myself. I'm making 0 money right now. I'm just living off my life savings. Then I'd have to make even more money than that to be able to afford to hire other people. But I would absolutely love to just do creative stuff all day and get paid for it. I have a friend. You do stuff for free. Nice. Yeah, I have a good friend who's a very good developer, good programmer. I would hire him in an instant. I don't know, mostly like for me it's art stuff. That's the stuff I'm not very good at. But I also figured this game has low enough stakes and small enough scope that if I was gonna start doing stuff like that, now is the time. So we're gonna finish this game up and then we'll see what my longer term plans look like depending on if it makes any money or not. But yeah, doing collaborative projects, all sorts of fun things. Like I've got this idea for a tabletop game. It's based on cards. Let's see. I had a pitch. What was it? It's been a while since I thought of it. The pitch was a manaless Magic the Gathering memory chess. I think that's the spin I put on it. But I'm like a mechanics guy. Like I think of the world as machines, mechanics, flowcharts, diagrams. So when I design a game, like that's where I start, and then I add theme on top of that. But I'm not really a writer or an artist, so making the vision come to life is not my thing. You were an artist up until Stable Diffusion. Hey, Magic the Gathering is classic. That's good stuff. Although I have not played Magic in a long time. Around here, it's a town of 300 people, so not a lot of Magic players. I didn't really like playing online. It's not the same as playing in person. The smell of opening card packs, shooting the breeze. My favorite format. You lived in a town of 600. Yeah. Not a lot of gaming groups out here. But like my favorite format was just draft. Everybody buys 3 packs, then you just draft and play. So much fun. Some games you get the real game buster. Other drafts you just left with commons that are no good, or color mismatches that are hard to fit. Yeah, I like draft MTG. That was pretty good. So where am I here on this list? I got a main menu button. It'll load one. Replay mode exists, but it doesn't do anything. How do I feel about that? Play mode record. That's our current functionality is on the record side of things. We are in replay mode. Actually, all this goes inside there. Okay. Okay, we can simplify this a bit. Actually, replay. Initialize with mode. Switch modes. Replay mode. Off. We do nothing. Record. No, I like Magic the Gathering. It's a great game. There is a very simple core to the game, but there are so many different flavors and options you can do with it. Very solid game. Case, play mode, playback. Okay, so there's that. Finalize, complete. Here we go. Add bytes. If we're in record mode, we do things. Otherwise, we don't do anything. That's the key ingredient here. We can now basically not check anywhere else. Or we just add bytes. Yeah, so I've got an idea for a card game that's manaless, Magic the Gathering, memory chess, which I think has a very we've actually play tested it several times, and I've got it to the point where I think that the core mechanics are all locked in. I have a setting not well thought out, but partially thought out, and it's going to be good. The mechanics are quite good, I think. No randomness. There's no randomness. Then I have an idea for a tabletop skirmish game, untested. I have one or two ideas for like tabletop role playing game. One play test on one of them needs work. I think it may be too crunchy for what I'm trying to do. It may have to morph into more of like a dungeon crawler, maybe more like Descent in style. But I don't know. I've got so many ideas, tons and tons. back in game scene. We do not have to check every time we add a byte or two. Oops. What am I doing? So replay, add a byte. I think that's basically it. So pardon me. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's delete the save files from today. If we go to play, we should be in record mode. So if I kind of an interesting word. F or G? Or G? We can just prove one way or the other. So it's F. S might be on end. Lax. Calcs. There we go. Calcs. Ding, ding, ding. Good job, Buzz. Okay. Then we surrender, which should write out the new file. Sudo app beta roaming word sleuth star dot word sleuth replay. Yeah, so there's a new one for today. Perfect. And now, if we run it again, if we go into replay mode, technically I haven't disabled anything yet, but when I surrender and quit, it should not write a new file. Yep, just the two. Perfect. Okay, so we're partly getting there. Get back to journal. We do have replay mode. We're not reading the file yet. So, in notes, main menu has a replay button, hard-coded file path, replay file is being propagated through to scene manager and on to game scene when it loads. Null puts replay in record mode. Otherwise, it goes to playback mode, which currently does nothing. Okay, so that's the first two items done. It's usually the plumbing, putting the pieces together in a way that you can get the data from where you need it to go to where it needs to go before you can start working on the interesting algorithms. So that part of this project is done. Replay button and replay modes are implemented. Good. Right, so we need to read a file, validate the file, and be able to get the info out of the file. Fair enough. Barbecue chicken. That sounds good. I like barbecue chicken. I do. Okay. Reading the file is not hard. Validating the file we talked about yesterday when we wrote that sucker. Oh. You know what? Let's do let's do that. Here's my file format. To load the file, we validate several things. Times, number of events. Yeah, the validation can be a little bit messy, but that's not too bad. Okay, so in game scene, record or playback. Load replay file name. Actually, these three will be updated by a replay. Or get there and there. Okay. So let's just load the file. So finalize and complete should be insert mode equals play mode board, and finalize should be the same. These are your getters. Let's see your start time, result, that thing. Okay, let's group things a little bit. And those 4 will silently do nothing if it's not in record mode. So these are record options. Playback. Okay, so playback, we need to load const char star name. Okay. Insert mode is playback. These are all things related to recording. These are all things related to playback. So we need a const char star playback. I guess. Int playback size. Okay. Looking pretty good. So what are you having with your barbecue chicken? I do like a good homemade like potato salad with it. Some chips. That's my usual go-to. Classic. I imagine you could do just about anything. I bet fries would taste good with it. I got 2 of my kids working down in a restaurant in town here. And I guess my son is always in charge of prepping the French fries. Take their potatoes and push them through the French fry cutter and then soak them overnight in a brine. Pulls the excess starch out and gets them all salty. The fries are pretty good here. Okay, so file star file equals open file name, which we'll read as binary. Eventually closing the file. I don't think this is strictly necessary, but we might as well do it. File is equal to no. Could not open replay. Otherwise, oops. Then what do? We need to get a size, pre-allocate our playback buffer. So that's the FC tell, which I never remember the order of. So where do I load a file? I load that in application. We do some file loading. That's basically it. Playback size equals that. Okay. Create a buffer, f-read count. F-read buffer size. File. Byte thread should equal the size of the file. Okay. Yeah, we probably should check the error code as well here. Okay, close result, could not close the file. Okay. If that's the case, then m underscore playback equals our buffer underscore playback size equals size. I think that's it. So I should load the file. And then is valid playback. But we want a validate function. Probably should clean up after ourselves. If underscore file not equal to null. Close file. Underscore playback not equal to null. Delete playback. So in here, underscore file name. That does not need to be cleaned up. Very good. Okay. Okay. Load equals replay mode record, but validate requires that we be in playback mode. Just like load. We do a search here. Okay, validate. Playback size. There we go. We just want to see that it works. Her score was not declared. That seems odd. Okay. Right. Now, when we hit replay, could not open replay. See users, the do, etc., etc. 2174812 WS EB. Oh, main menu. It's replay, right? Word sleuth replay, RP. Okay, replay. 1,094 bytes. $1,094. Perfect. Actually, we don't even need this other one here, so I'll delete it so that we don't confuse ourselves. 1,094 bytes. Perfect. Okay. We're loading the file. Does indeed delete its playback. Okay. Play is being loaded. Read from file. And it did say. Yeah. Okay, so validate the file. We start with a magic number. Okay, so let's see here. Validate. Leave that there just as an indicator we've gotten this far. We want to check magic number. We want to check end time later and start time. End time minus start time greater than or equal to time of last event Number of events. Correct. Valid game state. 2 or 3 only. CRC result. CRC by counts. Okay. Okay, it's quite a few things we can check in. So, replay. Let's see here. Does replay need a version number? Shoot. Yeah, we might want a version number. Valid replay. Long magic number. To 0, 8. Yeah, version number, we're probably gonna need that. So let's see here. So we're saving a replay file. We need to validate that it's working, or that it's the right kind of file. Somebody didn't rename a PNG or something stupid. We can make this a uint 32. That's probably safer. We could just use a mem copy. As we discussed yesterday, undefined behavior is no fun, so we got a magic number from playback. Size of magic number. Just make sure it's destination source and count in bytes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, these are not being saved in record or invalidate. So in record, it's kind of in game scene where that needs to happen. Here, you know, I kind of want it here to make this header 3 fields be in replay, not here. And then these three would just always be written whenever we init in record. Everything else would be game specific, right? Start time, end time, preserving memory, play modes, etc. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, we're not doing record right now. Come back to that. So validate version number, developer build, or not. It's like here the I will accept a dev build if I'm inside of a dev build myself, but I will not accept a dev build as a valid release mode replay. So that's the thing we will have to do later. End time later than start time. So unit 64T, start time, 64T, end time. Let's add that to our to-do. Record, validate um, version number and dev or release build. Okay. Got that all noted where we're going to see it later if we need it. Okay. Validate start time, end time. You know, let's just do this. Let's put everything close to each other. I'm copying you to start time from playback plus some offset. Size of start time. Oh. Okay. Then I have to go look at where those offsets are. Start time is 4 bytes off the front. This is 12 bytes. 4 plus 8. We could make those constants if we wanted to, but we're just going to ignore it for now. Okay. Okay, if m_score is valid playback and end time greater than start time or less than or equal to. Maybe this is a case where return is good enough. That must precede in time. Okay. Elapsed time equals end time minus start time. Just for fun. Number of events. So let's check the game state next. That's probably the most useful. Okay. Game state lives at 0, 4, 12, 24. 24 bytes in. At 0, 4, 12, 24. Yes, 24. If game state not equal to 2, or game state, my logic can go this way if it's not. There we go. I just think that's easier to read in the general case. Expected game state, a win or loss. Not game state. End time minus start time. So to get our CRC, the number of events, and our time comparisons, we need to blaze through all of the events. So where's our CRC? We took notes about the process we have to follow. We have to get the magic number of the start time. We're going to force feed zeros. It's a start. Then the play mode. Use animations and preset rejects. Do I want to start down this path right now? Not really. Okay. we need to get the... There's some things I want to maintain and hold on to, and I think those are things like game, oh, well, the play mode. We're going to have to get those. Where's the... We need the play mode, whether we're not using animations, and the list of preset reject characters. So that's 3 out. Okay. Quick restroom break. I'll think about which piece to tackle next. There's just so many things to jump through here. And we are back. Let's see here. Fusion. Okay. So we might as well read the CRC 32. That's easy. Pardon me. Okay. Result is 4 bytes. We might as well read it, right? 0, 4, 12, 24. So I guess 20 is probably the next one. event count. You know, could we could make this potentially much more efficient for me to write if we do this. Found find. Parse, scan, what do I want to call it? Scan, destination. We basically do this. Let's see here, int offset equals 0. Address of dest. Size of destination. Semicolon offset plus equals size of destination. We change this to scan magic number. Scan start time. Scan end time. Scan. Which means you don't have to read this in sequential order for this to work at all. Which is fine. Scan game state. Okay, so we get event count, game state. Results depends on several things. Scan result. CRC result. CRC results. CRC byte count. Play mode, use animations, preset objects. Let's see. It takes T. Play mode. T. Use animations. Charge star preset rejects. Okay, so scan play mode. Scan use animations. Not scan, just preset rejects equals underscore playback plus offset. So we're not copying anything, we're just pointing to the start of the preset reject character list. But it's the same thing as having access to it as a string, which gives me a length, and then I can move on to this offset. It's actually the start of events. So we can do event offset equals offset plus length plus 1. Let's just print all this out now. Just because we can. All right, let's try that again. Let's see. Search. Did not work. Okay, modulus U. That's a lot better. This one is not the same. That's fine. Logging everything as that. Start time, end time. I think it's a long, long time. I don't think anything else is. Okay, minute line regimen. Line regex. Not that colon. Okay. There we go. Let's just see how that looks. This one. Modulus 0x, modulus 0.8x. Unused variables, I'm fine with. Okay, now we run it and see what we get. Magic number 5052 5357. Oh, that's good. These are some times, I guess. Event number, sure. Game state 3 means we lost, which makes sense. Game result, that's a number. CRC, don't care. Play mode 1 is a valid sort of thing. Use animations as true, which is correct. Preset reject characters. Perfect. Okay, so just for our own sanity, that's not bad. And there's basically nothing else we need to do here except zip through the number of events. Which isn't that bad. Question mark? Int. Offset, oh no, offset already exists. Well, offset is less than playback offset. Playback size. Do that. So we get orientate t opcode equals underscore playback offset. Switch opcode. Ooh. Let's refine in game scene, not in the replay. It's not going to apply here. Event opcode is now replay event opcode, which actually makes sense. Ooh. Replay event opcode. Okay. Event opcode. Okay. Does that make you feel better already? I don't think I have a way to get the opcode names easily, but we can add that. So let's see here. Static const char star op event opcode names. Boom. Okay. So we look backwards for equal sign and kill. Okay. And then put quotes and a comma. Except for that one. Doesn't need a comma. Okay, so replay. We get the out code. Ooh, let's see. I kind of want. At least the idea of this thing to be here. Okay. Okay. We should never see that one at all. So this one needs to move forward 5 bytes. Four bytes. This one shouldn't have a thing. This one should. What else? Just 2 bytes here. This one. It's 2. Deduced letter. Which one was that? Is that in character space or? Deduced letter. That is a deduced letter index. Okay, we're just trying to get a good understanding of what's going on here. So offset. This is not actually the opcode. We need to get the UINT 32T. Oh, let's make it a float. Float. Nah. In time equals underscore playback. And our offset. I think we need to do a mem copy here. Mem copy. Well, which is fine. Yeah, we can do this. In time, we get in opcode. Then we scan time. Scan our opcode. Has to render, not renderer, play. Opcode. This opcode. Okay. So input key A plus A. Those are input keys. Okay, let's do this. A and B. We shall scan A. Plus A. So we should be able to log something meaningful there. Scan A. Scan A. Scan A. For logging, there's just got to be a better way to do what I want to do. Let's see it. Scan A and scan B. Nothing, nothing, nothing. That one should be impossible. Okay. this slightly. Oh, let's put it right back up here. Okay. This one is a scan. Oh, my brain is split. I have to choose between better formatting or less code. Okay, let's just do this. Modulus S, modulus C, which is replay event opcode names given our opcode, and then A plus A. That basically does it. This does a similar thing. These are digits. All right, so deduction space, oops. Copy deduction space, mark a deduced letter. Swap A and B. All of these things. Why this folly? I deleted this part. No, I didn't mean to delete that part. Okay. In theory, scan the opcode, yeah, this stuff just scan just takes care of it, so that's nice. Time. Seconds equals time. Milliseconds equals time. Modulus 1,000. Seconds is time divided by 1,000. There we go. I know seconds are more than. Well, let's go 4d dot modulus 0.3d dot. There we go. Oops. Okay. We should get all the events printed out real quick. In theory, event count is the thing we care about. Event count equals 0. Events. That was last time in seconds. Okay. Last time in seconds. In seconds. If events found not equal to the event count read out, this is a thing that's not healthy for our system. Expected modulus D events found modulus D. Event count events found is not valid in break. If elapsed time minus last time in seconds that is greater than 1, that should be invalid as well. We expect them to be within 1 because of rounding errors. You know what? Start and end time do not encompass the running time of modulus D. Sure. Last time in seconds. Okay, let's just see what happens here. We've got tons of stuff going on. So let's check before we get too weird. Seconds, milliseconds. Opcode name, then something. Semicolon before log. Oh, yep, that one does need one. Select word. Okay, so we need to scan something else. Scan 32T C, I guess. Scan C. Except this is 0x modulus 0.8 capital X. There we go. Alright. Oh, he doesn't like my sightedness. Play. Okay, let's just see what we get here. What? I'm going to find reference to. Okay. Properly namespace this, that might help. Whew. Okay. We want to read this in and see if it's correct, which in theory it should be since we generated it. Replay. Okay. Okay. So we select a word with some seed, typed in prime, sort of, delete, IME, submitted the guess, nudge. So there's a G, then an H, then a delete. These times are monotonically increasing. Okay, so we basically ran 65 seconds-ish. And our start and end times. So if I subtract, it's here. Where's the calculator? What is our calc? Actually, we can just do it. We can do it in Emacs. We know how to do that. So we know the secret powers of Lisp. There's not really a secret power. It's fun. It's fun. End minus start. Oh. It's our LL. 73. Does not encompass 65. How does my start time and my end time? I think we can check if we go to this validate function. Last time. Last time. I don't remember how start time and end time are captured, so I got to think about that for a second. I thought this would be the sure one to actually succeed. That's fine. P is less than last time. That's not good. Or equal to. That's fine. This should be monotonically increased. Events are not in order after modulus events, which would be events found. So I actually think we're close. Okay. Replay. Events are not in order after 0 events. That's awkward. Select a word, it should be at 0. Oh, if it's less than, not equal to. That's what I meant. Replay. Start and end time. Running time is 0. All right, let's see here. Let's start and end timer doing. It's so bizarre. You can also just skip it for now. Lapse time. Oh, well, are we printing lapse time? I've got a negative sign backwards somewhere, so I'm getting negative numbers. Which would then do very strange things. Maybe. Let's run it again. Replay. 70. Yeah, the running time, something else. It's not working. Okay. Either way, it's not 65 seconds, so. Or 70, whatever it was. Okay, hit replay. Cannot encompass the running time of that. Oh, it can too. Okay. So all we really have to make sure of is that last time is less than elapsed time. Slash and pass. Basically, we want any valid check we can do, which makes it so that somebody can't spoof a replay file easily. The harder it is, the less worth it is to lie and cheat. Right now, we're going to use a CRC. Which is not cryptographically secure. It's just a pain if they want to spoof a file. If we made it cryptographically secure, I'm not really sure how I want to do that, or if I do want to do that. It is still saying this doesn't work. And last time it's less than, oh, it's greater than last time. There we go. My logic was backwards. As usual, good old streamer brain. Yes, and replay. Okay, so that file now validates. Here's a list of all of the actions we took. And it looks fine to me. Okay. Loading books. I don't remember that. Is that in texture store? Okay. I forgot that one. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Minor cleanup. We are loading the file. We can complete. We can. Well, we're not done validating. We'll finish the validation. Some of these things. Okay. Just make this all super pretty and useful and fence. We could even come for logging even more better, gooder, more goodier, better. if we do the following, so you do that, I think. Let's see. Nope. Okay. That thing. 1, 2, modulus d period space. That's what we're going to replace it with. Yes. And then search for that. Search for that, comma, events found. Adding 0, 3D. Okay. Now we get them in indexed order. Should be wonderful. Okay. Oops. Replay. Okay. All of this does not look too bad. I think we're successfully reading and interpreting our own files, so that's good. And we have a number of validation verifications. So I think we call that a win. Oh, we're not doing the CRC yet. Oh, we gotta do the CRC. But we should probably save our work while it's still working. So, reading in playback file, validating everything except the CRC. We're not marking it as done, but we need to save our work once in a while here. Loading file and validating, logging. CRC check not done. Okay, pretty good progress, pretty good progress. So the CRC change is actually kind of a pain. Got our file format worked out. CRC processing order. Okay. We preload zeros in, those get automatically captured in our CRC. So we have to fake them when we read. Replay. All right, underscore CRC dot reset. All right, magic number. So underscore CRC dot add 4 by, oh, I don't remember. Add 4 byte value. Magic number Okay, from there, the start time. Have 8-byte value, start time. Then we need an 8-byte 0. A 4-byte 0. A 1-byte 0. And 3 more 4-byte values. 4, 2, 3. Then we get play mode. We get use animations. Reset rejects. Okay, so we're just passing it as a string. The string plus the 0-byte, so. Add byte array of preset rejects Erlang preset rejects +1. Then we blaze through the events. Yes, we do that while we're zipping through the events. So we get our time int and our opcode. Our CRC add 4-byte value. And a 1-byte value, our opcode. Then we can add a C, A and B. That gets us almost all the way to the CRC completion, but we have to do these 4. We add those into the CRC, and the byte count and the CRC values should match what we wrote to the file, which would be the last validations. End time, number of events, or events found, or something. So where do we add start time? End time. It's found. One byte value, game state. Game result. Ooh, okay. So in theory, we're processing our CRC when we read the file in the same way that we're processing it when we write the file. Therefore, U32T actual C equals underscore CRC result count, and it's how many bytes do we process. Just makes it harder to fudge a CRC if you have both. Not much different, but actual CRC is not equal to, I think we call it CRC result. And CRC byte count. Okay, super close. Expected CRC 0x modulus 0, 8x got 0x modulus 0, 8x CRC result, actual CRC. CRC modulus d bytes got modulus d bytes. Okay, if that works, that'll be a Christmas miracle. Unit with HT. Oh, I need a 3-byte value. That's a trick. Game result, 1 byte. Oh no, it's 4 bytes. 4 bytes. Okay. This passes somebody called validation done. And replay. Expected some CRC. We got a different CRC. Dang it. So close. So, question the first. Did we process the same number of bytes? Let's take out that return there. And this one doesn't really do anything either, but that's fine. If the byte counts match. Boom. We got one more byte than that. That can make a big difference in a CRC. So if we process one less byte somewhere, where are we getting that extra byte from? One extra byte. So close. Almost reading in our whole file, processing it down to, so we've saved a replay, we're loading our replay, and we want to make sure that nobody's fiddled with it. So we are double checking a CRC check. And right now we're getting one extra byte somewhere when we parse it out that we did not get when we wrote it out. So I have to figure out where that extra byte's coming from. Where's that extra byte coming from? CRCs don't match, but if you process a different number of bytes, it's very unlikely that they'll be even similar. Well, where's that extra byte coming from? We record the preset list of reject characters. I'm pretty sure we had one there. Game scene. Add text. So in this thing, we pass it in text, compute a length, add one to it. Then we add a byte array, which is exactly what we're doing. So I don't think it has to do with that. Or is there a value? Something 1 byte off. 1 extra byte. You know, 8 41444 1 byte 1 byte. That is a duplicate right there. That could be the whole problem. If that's the case, that would be the easiest fix I've ever done, trying to match a CRC on both ends of a process. Replay. Success. CRCs matched. So what we're looking at is the sequence of user-initiated events or similar. So there's the index. Here's the timestamp accurate to the millisecond. They select a word. This does not mean the index. That's something different. Then they started typing. The letter P is when the timer starts. They typed all these things. They finished a level at some point here. We submitted a guess, whereupon the level advanced and a new word was selected, and they started typing again. When you submit a guess and it's correct, the timer stops. The new word is selected at the same event time, even though it's different clock time technically, because the animation between levels is not counted. And the timer doesn't start until they hit the first letter. So these three being on the same timestamp looks fine. Et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, so all of this information here, these 65 seconds worth of data, 178 inputs, all, and this is stored in about 1 kilobyte of data. Not bad. 1 kilobyte, all of that information. I think we're good. That validation seems pretty robust. It should discourage enough cheating for me to move on with my life at this point. So, into our journal. Validate is done. CRC now in replay, load, and verification. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Get status, get add, commit. Oh. Game scene. Dot load replay file. Yeah, m_replay dot is. Only I can remember what I called it. Is valid playback. Is a valid playback file. Then we do this. Otherwise, we do other things. This information will come from the playback, the replay. So these are 3 values we need from the replay that we have to maintain. So in replay, here we're getting our play mode, use animations, and our preset reject letters. We are getting those, but we aren't storing them so that we can access them outside of this area. So I think we do that next. Okay. Play mode. Boolean. Did you want me to use animations? Const char star preset rejects. So in this case, if everything validates, maybe that's the right way to do this. If we get all the way past here, and play mode equals play mode, use animations equals, use animations not equal to 0, and this one equals preset rejects. Valid file. Okay. Joyful Snowy Wallaby. Coding fun. What am I coding? Well, first of all, I have to assume that you're from Australia. So, welcome aboard. We are coding a game from scratch with no game engine. And when I say from scratch, I mean we're allowing ourselves 4 dependencies, no more. Basically, I have a philosophy that modern game engines are too bloated, too big. Like if you go to Unity and you just output an empty scene, it's hundreds of megabytes. It's ridiculous. And I haven't even touched it in a few years, so I assume it's bigger. So I want leaner software. I want smaller stuff. I want it to respect my resources more. So that's what I'm doing. And in the course of doing that, I'm learning more about games, game development, game engines. You learn more when you write it yourself. I'm reinventing the wheel. To keep the scope fairly narrow, the game is a very simple word logic game that I played when I was a kid in high school, middle school, that time frame. And so this is an homage to that game. Let me real quick just. So if I go to the about page, Wordbreaker, 1994. I played it on the Macintosh. There are links if you want to go like find an emulator and try and play it yourself. But this is just a very small, simple game so that I don't spiral out of control on scope. I'm pretty close to done with the game. There'll be some cleanup, some art cleanup, integration with Steam, that sort of stuff, and businessy side of things. But the game is just about done. So I left this on the screen. If you want to screenshot and get those links, you can. But yeah, it's really a very simple game. So if we go into play, you type in 5-letter words with no duplicate letters, and then you can deduce things from it. So lunch has no letters that match. And lunch toads, ultra demon, lace, rhino, proud lions. So ultra doesn't have any. E and D both have to be in. P and O both have to be out now. I has to be in. M has to be in. And S has to be out. And I still need one more letter. So BD gets me 2 new letters. And B or Y is the answer. So everything except B and Y goes away. And now it can be like I tend to think of E and D as being at the ends of words. So maybe mibed, bimed. Or D and E can go at the beginnings of words. Demib, debim. Anyways, so you try to guess the word. which is embed. So if we finish this out, I am BED. You get on to the next level where you get fewer guesses, down to 10. After about 10, it doesn't matter how many more you reduce it. There are 3 play modes. Marathon mode, you just keep going as long as you can. If you're in sprint mode, you've got to get 6 words, least time possible. Golf mode, you get 9 words, but you have to get the least number of guesses, so time doesn't matter. And right now what we're implementing is we did replay yesterday, and I guess we laid the groundwork on Thursday. But today we're loading in the replay, and we're going to try to get it to start playing back today. So that's what we're working on right now. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I pretty much just do stream of consciousness coding until somebody asks a question. I'm happy to go into any level of detail on just about anything or answer unrelated questions. We're just here to code, have fun, and do things ourselves. The other thing I was going to show you, I said I had 4 dependencies. This is it. This is my list of dependencies. I'm using GLFW, which brings in the GL extension wrangler and gives me my OpenGL. I've pulled in GL Math, retype for my font rendering, and port audio for my sound. When this game is done, we'll go through a technology push to clean up a lot of the things that I've kind of left hanging. So there's like a to-do list from, and down here, your discarded delayed tasks. Like I can do all sorts of things in audio. I can add a lot of cool capabilities to our text rendering, clean up shader stuff. I have all this stuff. So between projects, we're going to do this cleanup and improvements, and then we'll make another game. And again, it'll be a small, simple game, limited my scope, so I don't take forever on it. But about game 3, I imagine that the code I've written will be fairly usable, and we'll make a more interesting game that's more my creation. Probably a puzzle platformer based on colors. It's kind of a fantasy theming. So my original estimate when I started streaming was this is going to take me 3 to 6 months. And we're just about at this will be week 11 on stream. And honestly, I think we're in really good shape. Go back to the to-do list. Like, we're doing the game replay and save. Once we have replays, we're going to do high scores. A couple of bugs. But then at that point, it's mostly making things look nice, right? New animations, better art, like crappy programmer art. I've spent literally a couple hours on tops, total. Some technical debt we're dealing with, not a big deal. Then it's mostly like business stuff and optimizations and loose ends that I don't feel like dealing with right now. So we're actually in pretty good shape to, in 3 months, have this stuff done and have a good dig into some of this stuff. So I think the 3 to 6 months is reasonable. For me, stream integration is probably the biggest open item that I don't know about. I don't know how long that's going to take me. I can't even estimate it. I've never done it before. So this will be a learning experience on stream. Always fun to do that way. So that's what we're working on. Like I said, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just keep on stream of consciousness coding until we're done. On Fridays, we do compiler day, building a compiler from scratch with no libraries. That's a fun project, so I don't get stuck in a rut. It breaks up my projects a bit. It's all in C++, and I can't think of anything else. Yeah, I think that covers everything. I should really wrap all that up into like a more polished elevator pitch kind of thing, but here we are. CRC is in replay. Download. New verification. So game scene. Oh, that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing against replay. Forgot what we were doing. Storing these values. And we are going to clear. Where's clear? Knit. I'm going to store preset reject character that can be null. I do not want that hanging around and getting accidentally deleted by somebody else. On accident. Just to be sure. Actually. Oh, okay. We should invalidate. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, God, it's fine. So what we need then is we need a play mode, use animations, preset rejects under our playback for information. Oh, I don't have that. Interesting. Load. Is valid. There we go. So yeah, feel free to follow along. I have a Discord server, which I should probably plug, where you can get notifications when I go online, or just chat, like ask a question. If it's something interesting, I might answer it on the spot, or I might do like a mini stream on it or something. I don't know. If it's interesting, good chance I'll address it one way or t'other. Okay, what was I doing again? Here we go. For that, for space. Then we do replay. Then that. And go. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Turn underscore is. Turn underscore play mode. Turn underscore use animations. Turn preset rejects. Now, games. Play mode. Thanks. Okay, come on, here. There we go. Use animations dot preset rejects. You can cast this to a game context play mode. And I think everything else is pretty straightforward. Otherwise, nothing to do here. Okay, so we can compile all that, make sure it fires up. So we go to replay. It crashes. That may be because we need to do a clean build. All right. Honestly, not too bad of progress. Today we're 3-ish hours in. A little over 3 hours. We've got the replay actually fully interpretable. We understand and can validate lots of aspects of it. There we go. Now, there are things we want to. So this replay is in time mode. We go back, not settings. We go to golf mode, but then we hit play. We're in golf mode. We have total guesses here. If we hit replay, it comes up with time mode. Perfect. So that part's working. What else can I verify? Use animations. So if I go to settings and I turn animations off, and I hit play, sure enough, no animations. If I go into replay, animations are present. So you will see the same thing the other person saw when they were playing. I imagine most speedrunners, people who play this sprint mode, are probably going to want no animations, but other people might. So, but it will change timings of things if you have animations or not. So that's why we maintain that one. The other thing is the preset reject list. I'm gonna just store this off somewhere. I can derive it again, but we'll make it something easy. We'll do A-E-I-O-U. So if we go to play and we hit reject the preset list of characters, there's the vowels. Then we hit replay, we hit reject, and it's the ones that we had before. Perfect. Not too bad. So we verified those things. Animations can go back on. This thing should be that. So B, F, G, J, K, Q, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay. Now, okay, so there's other key info. So we've got some of the key info is done. I need to know, we know the play mode, we know the win-loss, we need the result in a meaningful fashion. Because when we're doing high scores, we're going to want to pop this file open, verify it's correct, and then ask, was it a win or a loss? You can't go in the high scores unless you've got a win, like you have to complete it. The result is basically either your time in milliseconds or your number of guesses or how far you made it. Mode, what game mode are you playing? Obviously. What else is there? We're done with that chunk. Let's be explicit here. We need play mode. We need use animations. We need preset rejects. So those three are done. Was it a win? Was it a loss? And what was the result? What's the high score considering the result? And maybe a start time. If we get two replays that have the same score, the one with the first start time is the winner. So I think we need game state, result, and start. I think that's what we still need. Because we want looking those up to be fast and easy, and for a couple of reasons. Okay, so replay. I need start time, game state, game result. So replay. UH64T underscore start time. Play state is basically an 8-bit. Game state and game result is a 32-bit integer. Okay. We just need accessors for those things. Yeesh. There we go. And that's basically that. So if those states. Oh, and the other thing we need to add. Where is it? Here we assert we're in record mode. We are in playback mode for this one, this one, this one. Initialize the mode, return the mode, load only happens in playback. Is it valid playback only happens in play mode? Okay. We get these. I think we just implement these in one fell swoop. Let's see if we can do it. We indent, we search for parentheses, we search backwards for a space, forward, backwards, replay. For parentheses, delete, and M underscore thing, center for boom, boom, done. Okay. There's one other thing we should assert as well. And that is assert M is valid playback. The logic in the game state should already catch this and prevent it, but we assert because we are idiots. And it's way better to have your game fail at a known point for a known reason than assuming that all of your logic is airtight and correct and watertight and everything. That the Titans cannot escape. Assuming the Titans can't escape is your own downfall. Didn't do the gods of Olympus any good anyway. Alright. So, questions, comments at this point? Let's go real quick to game scene, I guess. If it's valid. We'll just go ahead and log those real fast so that we just have verification that we're getting those values correctly. So this will be play mode is a thing underscore replay dot mode, not play mode. Game state. Game result. And the last thing we needed was start time. Which I think is a ULL. With those, I think we can implement the high score stuff. But at this point, if this works as expected, oh, did not work as expected. Oh. Time T. Shoot. All right, we're using it from two different places. One when we're recording, one when we're doing playback. So we got to figure out how to resolve that. So that's fun. Is that really the whole issue? So many errors from one little thing. Oh, replay. Oh, it's that darn start time thing again. Okay, so let's go figure out what underscore start time. When we're in record mode, our start time is there. Time T is not the same thing as unit 64. Or is it? Is it? Okay, well, let's just do this the easy way. Let's not be clever. So this is the recording start time. This is in playback play mode. Who did that? That's not even a real thing. Playback. Good heavens, that's terrible. Okay, start time. I'm going to cheat. This is the record mode start. Let's see how that goes. So for me, I think playback is going to be the hardest part because you can potentially do a lot of things like change the time, the rate at which it flows. We could potentially change the have a play and a pause and a start and a stop. Could skip to specific words. This is where I cheated. I made it so that anything called start. Oh, oops. Split once. That. Yes, it's reorder, blah, blah, blah. Revest, time for bed. Well, you have a wonderful evening. Sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for dropping in. Okay. Well, Travest stays up a little bit late. He needs to go to bed. Thanks. It's 12:30 there, midnight. Okay, this is why I cheated. When I'm loading up my replay to record, I want to get that one. Okay, it's not crashing, therefore, into replay. Make that sign. Just for consistency. And that means when I'm reading the file, Magic number is unsigned. These two are signed. That can be signed. It doesn't really matter. Game state. Game result. Yeah, most of this doesn't. That does matter. That one is you. That one, I don't remember. It's probably fine. So many things that blew up by changing the signedness. You. And this one. Oops. So seriously, by count, when I write that out, game scene. That is unsigned as well. So that's fine. CRC byte count can be unsigned as well. Okay. Okay. Replay. Game state is 3. That was a loss. Game result. This should be time in milliseconds, which was 65.349, which matches when I clicked the surrender button. So that's good. I thought there was a third thing. Oh, I didn't do that. At homemade Rangoon, not the best idea. Really? I guess I haven't really tried. I must use some weird oil to fry it in because it tastes nothing like what you normally get. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so one thing is a lot of these big places, they'll reuse the same oil over and over again, and it makes the oil carry flavor from the previous batches. Really, Rangoon didn't turn out good, huh? Like, was it a texture thing or a flavor thing? I guess I don't really go out of my way to make Rangoon either, but I can't imagine it's that hard. Flavor? Huh? Like, is it too bland or is it just carrying the wrong flavor? There we go. There's my time. Okay, so that's all working. Mark that stage as done in ye old journal. We're getting key information out of the file anytime we want. There is key information available in the replay files now, which is easy to access. For high score consideration. Tastes like if you took a pancake and made it super crispy. Oh, avocado oil. That could do things to flavor. Maybe just a simple vegetable oil might be like when you fry things. Yeah, I don't know. You may have to experiment more. That's too bad. It's always sad when a new recipe doesn't work out right. Okay, or alternatively, and here's another option. A lot of times recipes are just bad. Sometimes you just need to find a new recipe, and that's where cooking experience comes in. Yep, yep. Have fun cleaning. That's always fun. Like a good cook will try a recipe once and know if they've done something wrong or if it's worth salvaging, or if they're just like, no, that was a crap recipe. So hard to know. But yeah, that's always disappointing when you've cooked your dinner and looking forward to something delicious and it just doesn't quite work out the way you hoped. Okay. Go to the journal. Replay now contains easy to reference key info. Play state. Is that in game context? Oh, it is. Okay, we're gonna make a quick change then. Game state will be a game context play state. That's what we need. Okay, game state equals static cast into this. And as part of that assertion, game state must be either. Oh, wait, what? We don't validate that? Game state. We did not validate it? Oh dear, let's see. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, let's do this. Game state index. Now I can't remember game context. It does. So play state name. Good. State equals its thing also cast game context. Play state game state index. In context, play state. All right, so we're scanning the index, cast it to game state, print the game state. Game state has to be equal to game context play state when or lose. Now that actually simplifies this line here because we've already done the cast up above. Just change around the types just a little bit. Okay, everything's here. Game state lose. That makes sense. That was the one I sort of put on. So that's good. We're just gonna add that back in without any big updates. Git dash git add git commit dash amend dash no edit. Okay, so we've got all that done. Now from here, we have two choices. We should record our version number and dev release build. So we're doing this in our config file. We should do this before we get too crazy about anything else. But I think it's time for a snack run. Snack run time. Let's grab this, put it into our journal. Something we are going to work on. Replays should record and validate version number and dev release build. Okay. That shouldn't take us long. So yeah, snack run. Then we'll get into that. Then we have a big choice to make. That's what I meant. So yeah, it'd be nice to know which version of the game you ran it with when you submit a replay for like world records. I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. So into replay, under record, void let's just call it header, I guess. It's game scene. Okay. We'll enter on magic number. Version number comes from constants. We have constants. Global? Who has? That's my version number. It's in global. Good job, me. Yeah, basically. M underscore replay dot add 1 byte. Put each of those. Yeah, release build. Yeah, so this is all the same. Perfect. That's basically it. So let me go to scan. We don't really need to do anything with these right now. Is that true? Is that true? Alright, so we need to scan this when we load. Not when we validate. Magic number. 2 and 8. Major. Minor. What do I call it? Patch. This is a release version. Okay, then we scan major. Oops. Scan minor. Scan patch. Scan release. Which actually means that our current play will be invalid from this moment on. So let's create a new good one. Okay. Now we need to verify at least a little bit about major minor patch and release. Global. Constant 32T version number. I guess it doesn't need to be const, that's fine. Global. Return major bit shifted 16 or minor bit shifted 8 or patch. Major version, minor version. Yep. There we go. Replay. So we verify the magic number. If 32T version equals major bit shift 16 or minor bit shift 8 or patch. If our version is greater than global version, oops. Version is greater than current version. 0 minus d dot minus d dot minus d minus d minus d. Okay, so that'll be major, minor, patch, global, major, global, minor, global, patch. Okay. Last thing to check. If global, let's see here. Either we want to be in release mode, so if global release build is not 0, if we're in release build and release is equal to 0, okay. Replay cannot open a release, a development. Let's see here. Replay was created in development. See how far we missed by. Oh, header. All right, cranking along. So we need to run a game long enough to have a good amount of data in our latest playback. Then we need to change the name of our playback file. Prime lunch toads Ultra demon, base rhino, crowd lines. Okay, and since we know that these three words have all 15 unique characters and they contain a sum of 5, everything that's not in there can be removed. And demon laced rhino lines. Okay. So we can do that. And look for contradictions. There's my contradiction. So this one's invalid. No, but letter P has to be in, so that's an invalid logical problem. Okay, ES D. M has to be in. Bears. Oh, there's a whole bunch of words that are and synonyms with that. So. All right. Demon, face, rhino, crowd lines. This still has the 5 letters. Captured ultra demon laced. Yeah, not very helpful. So we will surrender, and that should have created a file which we can replay. But I cheated, so this file name is no longer correct. So I'm gonna grab that from here. Copy. We will try to reload it. Replay. Oh wow. End time is 0. So we made a mistake somewhere. Game state. Hmm. Hmm. That's fine, that looks okay. Except for the LL. Hmm. Let's look at this file. My magic number, major, minor, patch. We are not in a release mode, so that is a 0. Time, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bytes. 8. I feel like something to get written out quickly. Start time. Insert a bunch of bytes. Oh. But it's no longer 12 bytes off. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. 4 plus 8 plus 8. 16, 20. I'll bet that is my problem. Which means this recording is junk. Kind of want int header size. Be in this mode. Then m underscore header size equals our offset m underscore, what's it called? Offset. This probably has to be done in record. The game scene where we finalize, it's going to be m underscore replay dot header size plus 8. There we go. Now if I change the header, it'll row gracefully, I think. Omega. Init m underscore header size equals 0. Okay. Now, let's run this again, deduce a word real quick. Play, and that quits. Of course. Do a full clean. Okay. Play. There we go. Okay, so we're in golf mode. So codes, ultravine laced, rhino, lines, no toads, no laced. I and N. Not those. Yes, that. Not those. Not M. BD. Oh, interesting. Briny. Swimming in the briny sea. Ooh. MATCH. N, not E, therefore those two. BD. Logs. It's F or G. That's our last letter. Ooh, it's G. Not F. Sling. Lings. A water chestnut whose spiny fruit has 2 rather than 4 prongs. Now you know. Look at us all learning stuff. Okay, and then we surrender. We could probably solve this one as well. Demon and toads give us pretty good information. We're going to surrender and quit, which means we now have this file loaded. And we're going to have to do something about this. I would like to not use the hard-coded file name here. That will go on the list, I think, after this one. Replay, invalid replay. So the CRCs are wrong. Let's see here. Oh, come on, mouse. There we go. 1.5 kilobytes, roughly. CRC got 4 bytes. Four more bytes, therefore Yes. We should have seen this coming. Magic number, m underscore crc dot add 1 byte value. We need the major, minor. Oops, come on. Patch release. That's only on the loading side, so I should not have to recreate a new replay. And it passes. Cool. So that task is done. Replay now stores and checks. Version number, release. Latest replay to replay. Okay. For development, it's way easier if the file is always the same one. So having the hard-coded version in is fine. But most of the time, you're going to want it to be the actual latest replay. Replay now records and checks version and release. Version and build. There we go. Okay. How do you scroll pages on Emacs just like you just did? Let's see. What did I just did? So if I want to page down, it's Control V. Oops, that's not the best example. If I want to page up, it's Meta V. So here's Meta up, Meta page, Meta V for page up, Control V for page down. And it's one screen width or screen height. There are other things you can do, like I have a space jump mode. What is it? Control C space, Control C space, Control X space. Oh, it's not defining this mode? Okay. I use Emacs, however, I still use arrow keys to move. Yeah, so Control P, Control N for previous and next line. Obviously, in different modes, the word line is whatever else. Like in calendar mode, it'll be previous week, next week. Control F, Control B for forward backwards. Control L centers the cursor, and after this first one, it moves to the top. Third one moves it to the bottom. A lot of times I'll like put my cursor somewhere that I want to focus on and then just center. Yes, you can on Emacs. So in .emacs, I did define my own for repeat. So I can do global set key with easy repeat. Like that's a macro which contains a macro which contains another macro, but this one I started from this space and then built it up into everything else I needed. So it's like paired repeat. So one thing you can do is Control X, Control T, which swaps a line with the other line, but I don't like its behavior. I actually really don't. So what I did was I used this global set key with easy repeat, and I basically wrote a function for I can Control C up arrow, and I can basically drag a line around up and down. So this macro lets me do that sort of thing. Oh yeah. Have you remapped control? Yes, I do not have Emacs Pinky. My caps locks on my computers are always control. Yeah, I've done it on every operating system I've ever touched. I figured out how to remap the controls, which oddly is hardest on Windows. You have to change the registry. Everything else is like a simple configuration. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, Zebisnaga? Alt with much better. So yeah, that's why I chose the alt. It was I think like Notepad plus plus and things have very similar line grabbing and pulling. I found it much more intuitive than Control X, Control T, swapping lines, but then moving the cursor to a stream position that doesn't like I can't then interact with the line I was just on that I just moved. So let me see. Actually, let's find the paired repeat. So basically, I want to be able to repeat things, but have like a do and undo, which is the up and down arrows in this case. Good heavens, let's see. Paired repeating global set key. This is probably yeah, up line, down line are the function. So I transpose the lines, then I move up 2 lines, so my cursor is on the line I just moved. Down line, I move to the next line, then I transpose, then I move up to be back on the line I was just on. Then that's the result of this macro that I built up. It's like 5-6 layers deep of macros. Control C up and down will move up and down relative to each other. So there you go. Super exciting stuff. Have you checked Maggot yet? You know, I have on my list of things to do on stream one of these days a completely rebuild my .emacs from scratch. Because I have a lot of junk that's been built up over the last 15 years in here that I don't use anymore. Some of it's just commented out, others of it's just dead. So I really need to clean up my .emacs, but I have not got around to Maggot yet. Yeah, I tried Maggot at one point, but the environment I was in was not conducive to Maggot being very convenient. At the time I tried it, most of my code was on a remote virtual machine, and I could not get it configured in such a way that it would actually do the git commands correctly through the SSH tunnel. So I stopped, and I have not revisited it. So yeah, that's on my list of things to do. I also have like GDebugger integrations that I should do. I still just run GDebug off the shell. Well, no, I've never had. I have not never had. Tramp isn't bad. I've used Tramp. I got to where it was fairly consistent and usable. But yeah, once you start mixing Maggot in, it's just like I'd rather just Tramp in, SSH in on the shell, and then I'd run my git commands from the shell, and Tramp for my files. So SSHFS and open locally that got sync. Yeah, to the remote. Yep. Million ways to skin the cat, and every way has its upsides and downsides. No, like I said, one of these days I need to completely gut my .emacs and start over from scratch. But that day is not today. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish this game, and then I've got like a short list. Oh, not a short list. I've got a list of like small stream topics to do. One of those is definitely Emacs basics for those that don't use it, and then yeah, gutting it, and rebuilding it, trying to figure out all the different modes a little bit better, like Maggot or the GDebugger integration is supposed to be pretty well. It's probably better than whatever I've got going on in the shell. So, although I think VC has reasonable integrations with Git, where it will most of the time do the right thing if you're a solo developer. But that's also one of the reasons I just keep using Git on the command line. There, I've done it long enough. I know how to make Git do what I want. The basic commands, though, for VC, I think work okay. Okay. So where were we? What I want to do is when I save out this replay, and it is complete. So replay complete. That's probably the right place to put this. When I complete recording of replay, I close out the file I was writing to and close it. To do write out last replay file to app data. So I think that's my plan. So I should still have a file name right here. Just basically similar to that. Okay. So incomplete. We had a temporary file name. We're going to say LWR. No. Do we do it here? Open our temporary string, which we'll do later. In a write text mode, file is not equal to, is it equal to null? Could not, let's see here, replay dot could not record latest replay. Fine. Otherwise, F, yeah, just file name. File name, if I remember right, does not actually contain. Oh, it does. It contains everything. Yep. So that's fine. And we're okay with it overriding. We will not even put a new line character. We're just going to read the whole thing as our file name would be done. Okay, so let's go try that out. file. What have I done wrong? Fprintf of file. Delete temp. Hold on. Close our file. Oh, let's put the brackets back in. I guess we need them for file closing. There we go. All right. Still, it's good to have somebody in the chat who uses Emacs. There are too many Vim users these days. Actually, sadder, there are too many VS Code users. Set play. Oh, interesting word, at least. Come on, there we go. Pick it up. Okay. And then we surrender, and that wrote out last replay.txt, which is 03163723. Yep. So that is correct. That is now happening. If we go back and do it again, let's go sprint mode, play. Another interesting word. Look at that. Fascinating. But anyways, surrender back. Now, the latest one should be 1638.10. I agree. So that's working. So that's piece one of this puzzle. That was a lot easier than it should have been. Now MainMenu needs to read that file. Does it have global? It does not have global. Okay. Stop thinking about global. MainMenu scene. There we go. When we are setting things up, a little bit of information. Replay last bool m_, has last replay. Do we have replay? Does replay exist? Sure. Okay. We're going to assume false to start with. Basically going to do this again here. We're getting the same file name. Open it, read-only text file. Global. Does file exist? If it does exist, we open it. If it exists and we can't open it, then there's a problem. So that's fine if we have an error there. Otherwise, we do things. What is that things we do? Basically that. We go to the end of the file, say how big is the file, then we go back to the beginning, and we create a buffer of that size, and we read that number of bytes. Plus one. In this case, I would like to treat this as a C string, not a text, not a binary buffer. So we null terminate our string. Oops. Lastly, then we have read, we get the count of the number of bytes, and we better read the same number of bytes as it told us we should get. Now this buffer is the name the last replay. So MainMenu scene. Last replay file. We can actually get rid of this boolean as long as we check this as null. That's good enough. If all of this passes, then m underscore last replay file equals the buffer. Close the file. We delete our file name, and we are done. Everything else, m underscore button replay last. If this is not equal to null, then we render the replay button. We can put it places that doesn't really affect anything. Okay, so in theory, we have a file. Oh wait, one more thing I want to do. If global does file exist of this buffer, then we store it. So I have to both read the file name out of a file, and it should exist as a file in the file system. Then we record it as a place that we can click. Perfect. And I probably have to do a clean and build. Huh? Lex Friedman had Donald Trump on his podcast. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of 50 on 50 on Lex Friedman. I think he's got some good points, but I think he's a little bit too ivory tower. Does that make sense? Or maybe I just haven't watched enough of his stuff, or maybe not the right stuff. I don't know, but yeah. Donald and Lex are not the same kind of people. Lex does have some good guests on. Some of them are interesting. I watched the John Carmack one. That was when I realized that maybe my opinions about everybody who wants to be a good programmer should learn C and Lisp isn't actually that weird. Like John Carmack says it, it's probably true. But yeah, he has some good guests on. Yeah, yeah. Me neither. Like, just the vibe I get is I graduated from whatever he graduated from. What was it, MIT or something? Let's see here. Lex Friedman, alma mater, MIT. Yeah. And again, he's kind of in that realm I don't care about, where he's into all the machine learning stuff, and I mostly don't care about that. But occasionally he gets on a good guest. It's like, oh, all right, maybe I'll watch that one. All right, snacks are gone. Back to mate. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Where was I? We're just gonna test it. That's all. We just want to make sure the button showed up or did not show up. Button should show up. There it is. Quit. And if I delete latest replay or rename it rather, and run it again, it's not there. What is this action sequence when I'm moving my mouse around? Huh. That's already a bug that's recorded in my to-do list, so it's not like it's just looks like when I hover a thing. Yeah, I think it has something to do with hovering. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Point is, it doesn't show up. Oh, actually, oh, interesting. Now may be the time, since I'm showing hiding elements. So far, I've not shown and hid elements. So I've not made an enable-disable feature for buttons. But I think I need to. That will register the button click, even if it's not displaying it. I try not to add abstractions till I have to. Now it's time to add this one. Oh yeah, you and your George Hotz. Yep, I got his tab open. Watched that one. It was decent to listen to George try to explain things to Lex. Yeah, sometimes Lex grabs it if it's like within his wheelhouse, but other times, yeah, it's just like, I don't know why this is such a struggle for you. Which is why I mean, like, I think it's a little bit ivory towerism. I'm really smart because I went to MIT, but it's like, yeah, but you didn't really work in industry for 10, 15 years to learn the fundamentals. You just know your one topic very well at an academic level. Like, go write a million lines of code. It is way different than the ivory tower. Big complaint I had about most of my professors. Only, I think, two of them, three of them. Yeah, yeah. Two or three of them had actually had a career. The rest of them went basically straight from grad school into professorships, and they were the idiots. The worst professors ever. They would argue with their own students about whether the TCP protocol operated at the TCP layer of the OSI model of the networking, right? And he was wrong. Like, the professor was straight up wrong. So yeah, my opinion of modern academia is not very generous, I'm afraid. I don't think there used to be an expectation that college was to get you ready for a career, and now it's an expectation that you will re-enter and perpetuate academia, as opposed to you're here to learn to become a productive member of society. To you're here to learn to become a professor. Probably to varying degrees depending on the degree, but yeah. Anyway, so that kind of worked, but I need to add a thing to button. Ready? Here we go. Tool enable. Button dot cpp enabled true. Now, the things that matter are render. If enabled, yeah, whatever, let's just return. Render. Handle mouse press. We don't care. Nope. Well, let's just do it this way. Enabled. Enabled. And it's probably the worst one, but that's okay. Okay, fine. Actually, enabled is probably the first thing you initialized. Okay, la la la. Then lastly, in main menu scene, oh wow. I was loading scenes based on keyboard shortcut. Oh gosh. Ooh. I think that can go away safely. Since I have buttons now. That was ages ago. Can't believe that's still in there. This can still go in. Button render should. Okay. Therefore, right here, and underscore button replay last enabled equals false. There we go. Okay. Gonna run a clean, change the size of the button in memory. Oh, where are we at? Just about 5 o'clock. All right, we're not gonna get a good foothold on the next 2 tasks, but oops, this is basically everything we really need. For replays in down both tracks that we're going to use. There are some interesting things that are going to happen with this. We're going to keep track of files and things. So I've got that file renamed, so it should come up with no replay. Oh, why is replay here? It shouldn't be there. If it exists. Oh. 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 Okay. 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 I think the last. So is anybody here familiar with Casey Muratori? Okay, so the button is. Oh, tooltip. You're the worst. Is that my problem? Okay. Handle mouse move. Alright, we gotta change things. The fine needs enabled. Default will be true. If enabled, and what else do I need? Build. Don't care about that. Most of this does not matter. It's mostly that one. Everything else can be fine. Yes. Okay. Therefore, button. It's not need enabled. Render callbacks. Okay. Latest replay. It's not in here. So wait a second. Now I'm slightly puzzled. Main menu C. We say disable the button. Get latest replay.txt. If that file exists, open it. Get the size, get a buffer, read it. If the file name specified by buffer exists, then this. Otherwise, it should be false. So what have I forgotten? It's not enabled to return, so the renderer should do nothing. I only handle mouse positions if I'm enabled. Press and release and move. Enabled by default true, but it only handles a mouse move event if it's enabled. Looking for last replay. Found it. Verified. This button should only show up if I see the text verified. I'm gonna get all the information we can, right? Or we do a clean and build. Maybe this is one of those. Why not? It's easy, cheap, easy operation. Okay. That button should not be showing up on that main menu. It is not opening that file. That file does not exist. Or it is looking. So I changed the file name to test exactly that. Very strange, very strange. Run it. Looking for this last replay. Okay. And now I don't see it and it's not doing anything. We go to like settings or something, doesn't really matter. Put that file back. Then we go back to the main, looking for the last replay here. We found it and we verified that it existed. So now the replay button shows up. And there it is. Perfect. Oops. Okay, and then final piece. Word sleuth, what's it? Okay. That's replay file. Boom. Done. That should do it. Boom. And this replay is a thing. Now, it would be nice if we had like a replay label here somewhere so we know which file was loaded. I can see that being very helpful. Or the date timestamp. We could do that. Like I said, I don't really have time to start the other two things, but let's go in here. Main menu theme. We're just going to remove this one. Main menu looks up last replay. It uses that. Instead of hard coded one. Main menu now looks up latest replay file. Okay, so that's done. One thing we might want to do One thing we might want to do. Show replay date timestamp in game scene. I think that'd be useful. It's something we can do pretty quickly. So game scene. Replay. Star M underscore replay time. What we're gonna do is this replay timestamp. When we reload, I want to simplify things there. Let's see here. In playback mode, I would like to get a const char star timestamp. Right about here. Okay. Okay, char star temp is going to be equal to m underscore. What was it called? Do I not have the file name? So when I say load, m underscore file name 0 equals. We'll just do that real quick. If we get through all of those stages, then underscore file name stir copy to file name from then when we get timestamp, so the last character in file name, which is not the end of the string character, while the contents of 10 are not equal to the / character. Move temp backwards. Okay, so once temp hits first /, then we have the start of our string. It of count equals 0. Temp sub index not equal to either that thing and temp index not equal to a dot. Plus plus index. Actually, plus plus count. It doesn't need to actually do anything. I just want to count. Okay, maybe this better as a while. While this, it's just harder to read as a for loop. Okay, then. Star result equals a new character array of count. Since we're starting at the /, this includes that. So result at count equals n copy into result the temp string with an offset of 1. Count -1 characters. Turn temp. Equals temp underscore replay dot. Hit load. Set text. Times. And this isn't actually going to be perfect yet. We're getting looks on render. Oh, not charge style. What am I saying? Set text to do the render. Up here. Label equals false. We just do that here. Label equals true. Okay. So that's in render. It's in everywhere. Oops. Whoa. Come back. Come back. So I just need to add it to our layout. Okay. That rectangle. Whoa. That rectangle. see here. What's it called? Spacing or margin. X, Y, width. What's a good width? Word width. Word height. Sure. I need to set the font size to not something nice and small. Small font size. Perfect. Small font size. And we can make it smaller if we want to. Oof. Oh yeah. Help somewhat. It's not declared, was it? Oh, too many arguments. Oh, stirred in copy. What? Okay. How close are we? Files, that's a good start. So when we hit play, oh yeah. We'll do a full clean. Always. Okay, we hit play. I don't see anything where I would expect, so that's good. We might not even if we go to replay though. I think I'm drawing the playmat over the top of that text. That's unfortunate. Yep. Right there. Oh, we're gonna clean. Shoot. All right. Super close to being at a good pausing point. Something to add to my to-do list here is clean up old replays, checking high scores. Okay. Okay, so we go to play. I don't see the text bar to expect it. Go back, hit replay. Okay. Well, that's not quite what I was looking for. Therefore, we did something wrong in replay, where we put this thing together. Okay, so we go back to the // that's fine. Then we count forward until we hit the end of string or a period. Allocate stir and copy into result temp +1 count -1. Oh, result. Return result. Oh, okay. That might be a little bit closer. Sent you a video of one of my ROM hack levels from Super Mario World. Nice. I'll take a look at that. Let's see. Bonk. Nice, nice. Gold key. Oh, you dropped your key. Oh, yep. That's a. Woo. That's abusing game mechanics right there. Oh, the wall climb with a key bounce. Yeah, definitely physics abuse. I really admire these people for how mechanically good they are, though, that they can. Ooh. He's just flying. That's cheating. Keys shouldn't make you fly. Pretty cool. Nice. Nice, nice. Super cool. Awesome. Play, it doesn't show up. Replay. Hey, that looks better. Okay. Last piece. We're gonna second to last piece. We have 2 pieces. Text. Char star temp equals timestamp, and then we delete the temp. That's piece number 1. Piece number 2. For character pointers iterator equals result. The contents of I are not equal to, I guess, end of string plus I bool underscore. It's false. If you have not found underscore, then if the contents of I equals underscore, that underscore equals true, Oh yeah, we should. If we have found the underscore, then if, well, firstly, contents of I equals space. We replace the underscore with the space. Contents of I equals another hyphen. Then we're going to change that to a colon for time. This if clause does not guard. Yes, I agree. It doesn't guard. Let's do that. Replay. Oh, there's a question mark. Why is there a question mark? Still, that's much more useful timestamp. We put the word replay on there. Go. Where that question mark came from. Actually, we can see the count. In fact, what are we counting? I should be able to know exactly how many characters are in there. Because it's 4 for 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, plus hyphen hyphen 16 underscore 17 hyphen 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 20. So count should be 20 characters. Better be 20. It is 20. 2H. So we did not count. So I had the 2 in there. To stir and copy put a 0. The p-switch jumps and key jumps are one-frame tricks that took me years to learn. Not many people can do this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit niche, but geez. That's I've not played Mario that much. I could probably get through the first level of like the old NES one. Yeah, kudos to you for your dedication and practice. That's crazy. I never spent that long on a game. Not long enough to get that kind of mastery at it. 15 years, nice. Now I've seen some like of the street, like the speedrunners. Like I'm not into speedrunning myself, but like watching somebody that's mastered a game to that level, it's insane. Yeah, they reverse engineer games to such a degree, it's crazy. So I think we're close, except I don't want count plus one, count. Okay, that should be something more like that. I can't remember if start and copy. So we counted 20 characters. From forward slash to. Found the forward slash. Count forward from the forward slash to the dot. We got 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so it's 19 characters. So I get count equals 20. That is correct, and we put the 0 there. Then we copy that many. Then we blaze forward and we say logic if we found the underscore. Then we do this, where we swap a hyphen for a colon. Otherwise, I think that's a little bit more readable for me. And otherwise, I'll do that. That's fine. Let's see if we count the characters right this time. Replay. There's a period at the end. Why is there a period at the end? Why are we getting an extra character? All right, stir and copy. Copies the first number of characters from source to destination. If the end of source C string is found before the number and destination is padded with zeros, no null character is implicitly appended at the end of destination if source is longer than no. Yeah. I don't do the speedrun and stuff. Many people speedrun Mario ROM hacks. Yep. I don't care to learn how to do it faster than everyone. I just beat it on first try. I don't care how long it takes me. Nice. Yeah. It's kind of how I am with like coding. I don't care if it takes me longer to get there, but I'd rather get there on my own, get there my way. It does need to be count minus one, right? Minus one. So we had to move forward. Replay. Okay, so that replay looks correct. And it matches a file name, which is 20240903. 172425 is the latest one, and that should be the latest replay here as well. Yeah. So everything's matching. Super cool. Okay. So we have arrived at the situation where, well, wrap that up. Oops. Game scene shows timestamp of current replay if in playback. Okay. Let's get that stored away. Get status. Get add everything. Get commit. We're going to say replay shows in game scene. Done. Okay, get status. We got a good amount of work done today. So we added a button in the main menu. We have different modes for replays. We can read the file, we validated the file, and print everything out about it, actually. And a lot of good convenience methods. And replays record and validate version number and whether we're in a development build or not. We save the latest replay. We can show and hide the button. Then if we're in replay mode, we can save that. So that all looks good. Get add everything, get commit dash amend. No edit because this is just a document. So to do, we have playback a replay, so we're going to call that gameplay. Time scaling. Pause. I kind of don't want to do rewind. Do I not want to do rewind? Rewind? That's an interesting idea. Chapters. In other words, jump to word. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of things we could do here. Time scaling. My main concern is with animations not being scaled properly. Pause, rewind, chapters, jump to word. So we have a lot of different things we could look at. We would need to lock out user inputs. So you can't play while it's playing. Rewind. Reset. Back to start. Rewind is a tricky one. Not all operations are reversible, but rewind might be something I could reverse. Okay. So we could do this. We could do playback a replay. That's on the plate for tomorrow. Or start looking at local high scores. So managing replay files is kind of the name of the game in this one. So you look up your mode, then you look up, we're gonna have to create like a high scores. Maybe high scores is a better task for tomorrow. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Local high scores, stored on your machine. And now we have the replays, so this is not a problem. Playback is a big beast. So if we get high scores done tomorrow, or tomorrow and Thursday, maybe it's a 2-day thing. A lot of file manipulation there. Then that leaves next week for playback, which is going to take some time to get done right. So we do that. Okay, I think I'm leaning towards high scores for tomorrow. Okay, so that's my plan. I think anything else I want to start would take longer than I have, so let's see here. Glad to see the progression of this game. I'm buying it when it's finished for sure, even if I don't know how to play it long. Yes, I'm hoping so. This is I mean, it's going to be cheap. This isn't like that big in terms of modern games, so I'm thinking $5. See if I can make up in volume, right? Plus, this is more of like a learning game, so it doesn't need to be a $15 game. I think $5 is fair. And then the next one will be getting done faster, built on technology we've already taken care of. So, yes, thanks. Every once in a while it's fun to go back and look at where I started almost 3 months ago, and like everything was black. There was no art. I think you'd give me 10. Nice. Well, maybe I need to set up a Patreon or a Subscribe Star or a GoFundMe or something. But yeah, it's all black. There was not a single animation. The only sounds were like sine waves. 3 months is a long time. Long time. Actually, let's see here. So if I go to code metrics /code metrics.py, and then we run it over word sleuth. Oops, let's see here. Get a summary of the weekly. Like, we've been cranking out. We've been touching about 2,000 lines of code every week. Sometimes deletion, sometimes it's insertion, but pretty consistent too. This is actually, like, not every week was stellar, but geez, 2,000 lines a week. You know how many I was doing at work? Not nearly that much. More fun to do a project you like. Okay, well, thanks for joining me, Pat. I'm gonna head off, I guess, and we'll jump back in tomorrow with high scores. So thanks for joining. Thanks for all the chats. Good luck with your ROMs. I'm pretty impressed with your skill there. That's crazy. Or I'll need you to teach me. I need to make a Python script to do the same thing for my churn rate and total. Oh, yeah, so I made a script, and it assumes a lot of things about project structure. If you want, like, I can talk you through it on the Discord, and, like, send the files. There's nothing rocket science about it. So, yep. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.